Good afternoon, everybody. My mic was off then, but as I understand it, my mic is not functioning properly, so I may, but they're going to get me a new one. It's defective or whatever. So it may bop in and out. So I apologize in advance for that. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Welcome to the Community Redevelopment Agency meeting on June 4th, 2025 at 4 p.m. We're going to start with an invocation by Commissioner Jones and the Pledge of Allegiance by Ms. Jackson.
Gracious and Heavenly Father, Lord, please guide our steps as we go through this budgeting workshop with the CRA board. Bless the leaders that's up here with very hard and good intentions, Lord. Let's let everyone know that we're up here. We're up here to do our best. And we want your hands in everything that we do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Our pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, roll call, please. Mayor Carrera. Present.
President.
Ms. Jackson.
I'm present.
Mr. Davis. Mr. Thor. Mr. Campbell.
Proud here.
So,
We don't have a quorum.
well, this is a workshop, so we don't need a quorum, fortunately.
Right.
So we will begin the workshop. Is there anybody here for public comments on anything that's not specifically on the agenda? And the agenda consists of the CRA budget draft. Anybody here for public comment? Seeing no public comments, and we can on to regular business. CRA budget draft.
Yes, ma'am. Outstanding.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Commissioners. This is our first for the CRA budget for 2025-2026. Thank you. And basically, just quickly, today is mostly to have an overview more than anything. The numbers are going to be perfected as we gain more information during the budget. So there is a table of contents that I'm going to kind of read through quickly, and I'm just basically saying with the budget workshop, and that is, we all know that it's a working document, constantly being updated and finally on the next page. It's a draft that considers projected revenue and expenses. Commissioner directives, departments, and the community desires. OCRA coordinators here, so if there are specific questions, you will be prepared to address those. But a budget is a tool for just planning, implementing, and controlling activities for optimum utilization of scarce resources. So the city of Palatka uses the top-down approach, and that means that it's prepared by senior management based on the city objectives. Every department contributes to the creation of the budget, and the budgeting process of next page is identify the budget goals, how they will be achieved. Those must be set according to available. Evaluate, review the costs of the city by reviewing trends of operating and capital costs, and pay close attention to salary requirements on the capital expenditures. The next page must be planned and included in the budget. And after finalizing all the above steps and review of the assumptions is completed. So we use zero-based budgeting. That means that revenues equal expenditures, and that's what they call a balanced budget. So that is our approach. So we make certain that there are various levels of reviews within the city, within the commissioners, and also with the input of the community environment. So, the next page kind of highlights some of our CRA budget priorities, which is to continue pursuing our smart city initiatives in our four core areas that the citywide culture of continuous process of improvement using methodology with performance measures and so forth. Also continued beautification of the cities in our district and the city at large. We want to make certain that we prepare our budget, not to exceed 4% increase. And actually, this year, this initial budget is reflecting like a 5% decrease in operating expenditures and 2% perhaps in salaries, which isn't, it's just a budget draft budget at this point. So we're focusing on critical capital requirements, public safety, enhancement, public outreach, community projects, and infrastructure improvement. That's our roads, our utilities, our sidewalks. Like improvement of even city-owned facilities. This is the approach and some of the objectives we're trying to address in the budget. We're also looking at community concerns, such as mental health, homelessness, animal safety, affordable housing, and historic preservation. That's pretty much what the budget priorities are. We live in Palatka, page number 7, and we know that we're located in Putnam County, the growing city, rich in history, and ideally located. I mean, we're very close to Jacksonville, Gainesville, Ocala, Palatka, just to name a few, and we're sitting on the St. John River. We even have the St. John River Community College. So currently we have 3 districts, and based upon the revenue that we receive for each of the districts, the proration at the bottom of page 7 is 70%, 23%, and 7%. That's the revenue that we actualize currently, and also trend wise. And if you look at the trend below, it gives us an idea of our value, the number of acres, and all of that. So as you can see, whole base year is 1994.
Is that accurate? I thought it was 1984. Is it 1990? Let's check. I believe it's 1984.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, that's
All
a,
right. But anyway, we do have, and at least it gives you an idea of the increment of the value of the CRA. We started at like 1,000,099 for the North District, and our latest valuation was 5 million. And Central Business District just started at 13 million, and now we're at 59 million. South District is 3 million, now it's up to 17 million. We're on page 8. So moving on to page 9, I'm just trying to highlight some of the projects that we have addressed from 23-24 to what we're projecting to continue in 25-26. And just to state before that St. John, we're finalizing the side streets, the Oak Street, and downtown lighting. So those are the highlights. We are, of course, looking at that Randolph Transportation Hub, the Randolph Transportation Hub. And we are this year also looking at affordable housing, dealing with the homelessness, etc. Page 10, it says factors to consider. And these are the factors that are being considered as we build this budget. Looking at the unused, that's the first item actually, the unused funds from prior years and the allocation of projects based upon the unused funds. And then develop projects which will attract increased business opening and help the owners such as branding, wayfinding, LED signs, also identification of downtown districts such as developing bike paths, landscaping, increased economic development opportunities, that would benefit the residents, walking trail, lighting, possibly purchasing vacant lands and buildings to create more community amenities, making sure that underutilized sites like old school buildings and shuttered warehouses become new fiscal, economic, and social anchors. And also target funds toward high need communities and reinforce local capacity, and finally strengthen social cohesion and build our community wealth. So these are the factors that are considered as we're building the budget, okay? And intergenerational activities, that's why that splash pad, and you can see, like even now we have the police being more involved in the CRA districts. And we're starting to see more stores come to our area. So we want to continue what we have started.
Commissioner Jones has a question.
Yeah, can I pose this for a definition and maybe some ideas that you may have? But you mentioned target funds toward high needs community and reinforce local capacity, and down below it says the MVPs, the city of Palaka's most vulnerable population, and the CRA's most valuable population for the investment of the available funds. Elaborate on that, what you mean?
Well, mainly what I mean is first to look at the CRA districts and understand like areas that have not been, perhaps being affected by funds. Maybe we have not improved these areas, and we want to pay attention to that. To that point, we now have city code enforcers going around, trying to be certain that we're improving the appearance of our buildings and helping those, even with that building improvement grant, those kinds of initiatives should be geared toward our most vulnerable population, meaning the population that possibly have the least amount of resources. And that's what the CRA is designed to do, is to remove blight, to hopefully reduce poverty, and to increase economic opportunity. And so literally, that's what I'm saying.
From the underserved, would that be considered?
Underserved would be considered
Okay.
And so finally, from the budget itself, please. And as mentioned previously, there is a first draft. What we really want is for the CRA board to, go through this and identify like where you would like the war funds and the less funds, This is the stage where we need the input from the board in order to create, by the next time we meet on June 18th, a more realistic and responsive budget to what the commissioners can see that we should be working on as city CRA. So their approach was, in order to come up with the next story, property tax revenues, looking at what the trend has been with the value of property, and we can see that it's increased, but at the same time, we have to use the little conservative. So therefore, it was only a 50% increase that was utilized. By the time you get the next draft, we'll have better numbers, and that may go down with an increase, but I prefer to keep it conservative. So with an 8% increase, we would expect the current year revenues that comes from the county and the city based upon the increment in value of our property to go from 931,000 to 1,592,000. So that is our expectation as of this moment. Additionally, below where we have cash balance forward, that's based upon, that's on page 14. Well, I'm sorry, page 11. So, we expect to use, if our projection And this is a projection to get us to the end of the fiscal year. So based upon the projection of what we're gonna spend by the time we get to September 30th, 2025, our expectation, if you were to go to the very last page here, the very last number, and you see that that number should be like 1 million, 27,015.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so what we're saying is that we expect to spend that amount of money by the time we get to September 30th, 2025. Now, to the extent that we do, and now we can go back to that first page, go back up to the first page where the revenues are. So as you can see, we have cash balance forward that we're using 96,000, you see that? 586. So if you spend that amount of money, then we're gonna have to use some of the cash balance brought forward. That's all that means. Okay, why? Because we only have 931,000 in revenues that came in from property taxes. So anytime we spend more than what we receive in property tax revenue, that means we're using money from prior years. Okay. So let's go to the second page down. Yes, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
So, well, I have like 3 page 14.
Yeah, you're all.
Matter of fact, all of them say 4. It's 4 page. 14.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, but you have to look at the title and topic, and so, yeah, and you don't rely on the page number. So we're going to, yeah,
Just a minute. Because it's referencing page number.
I know.
So that, so the front 14 is, it should be 11, 12.
Okay, thank you.
Clarify.
Exactly.
Follow along.
That's, yeah, right, exactly.
That much twice. Okay, sorry about that. So then go to the page that says downtown. And you can give us the page number now. Not choice of you.
it's 12, it would be 12.
Okay, so it's downtown.
And strong.
You're right, where you have it downtown. And as you can see, we're projecting that, by the end of September 30th, 2025, that we would spend 596,000, okay? So that's a projection. Our budget, since we're on this page, let's also look at budget. The next column over, it says 2025 budget in process. And notice that we have our salaries and all the related salaries for the position that we filled from CRA coordinator. And then we have the rest of the operating expenses. And I want you to notice that 412,210, you see that number?
Mhm.
Okay, that is the budget number, right, for operating. And I want you to notice that beneath it says transfers. And we have some transfers that we've never had before. So we have reimbursement, the contract for the police services in this district. This is the larger district downtown. So in order to have 2 full-time police officers assigned to the 3 districts, the portion of the funds for downtown district in order to, and it's fully loaded, that's a fully loaded amount for our police officers is 132,000. And for the part-time code enforcer is 26,000.
For part-time.
Part-time, because it's only 45, that person. And remember, this is only the portion of the cost allocated to the downtown district. Okay. The other 2 transfers are capital, 93,000. And as we go into this process, by the time we come back, we will have better numbers. You know, understanding the full cost for the streetscape, understanding the full cost for the potable waters. At this moment, 93,000 will be transferred. to that capital project. And $825,000 will be transferred to the streetscape project, and that is consistent with prior year budgeting as well. So our budget amount thus far for the downtown district is $1,567,536. Everybody say that. Going to the next item, which would be the South Historic. And again, we're to look at projected. So we project that we will spend $375,000. And that is inclusive of the existing services that we are receiving now from the police department and city code enforcement. Okay. And also our general fund services that are rendered to the CRA. So our expectation for our projected amount is $375,000 for the budget for 2025-26. The budget amount is $345,000. We have our coordinator on top, and we have the various operating. And one thing to notice, just want you to be aware that the building improvement grant has to be decreased in order to accommodate the new classes that we're bringing in this year, and which are police services and our code enforcement. So for instance, in the year we're living in right now, the building improvement grant is $160,734. But the year that we're budgeting for, which is 25-26, at this point, we have 100,000 there. And finally, the North Historic on the same page at the bottom. Again, we have the report, the pro rata share of the salaries and the fringe benefits. And remember, North Historic is 7%. So then the final page. North Historic projected for the year is 56,000. And for the budget for the whole year next year, it's 132,390. So what we see is that, look at the line that says total expenditures. 2025 budget is $2,045,779. So at this stage of the game, this is our first draft. So if you look back, go to the column a little bit over, it says 2,188,830. So that is the budget amount for the year we're looking at right now. So the 24-25 budget is 2,188,830. That's now. And for next year, it's slightly less. It's by about 140,000. So that's where we are now. If let me just finalize this. So at the end of it all, our final budget going further down is 2,188,000 for the year we're living in now, and for next year, I did put contingency reserves and things like that, and we don't have to do that, but I put that there. So now our budget is 2,133,014. Okay. So this is our first draft. And right at this moment, the new year budget is 50,000. And if we were to say, okay, so we want the budget to stay level with the year we're living in now, then we'll go back and we'll come back with that. This is the opportunity whenever the board can send information to us or meet with me individually. And we will update this so we can have a budget that's more responsive to what the commissioners desire.
Thank you. I do, before we go any further, want to, for the record, mention that Commissioner Palatka is here, Commissioner Davis, and Commissioner Moore. Yeah, right, but yes, the minutes. Oh, and I'm sorry, and Commissioner Campbell's up there in Zoom land. Okay.
And so, I'm done, just
Okay.
would like to, ask the board to please, review what you have, and, I'd like if you could please meet with me personally, for any improvements or any comments that you may have. I would need to have the new budget prepared by a hearing when by June 11th, right? Because the next meeting is June 18th. So I was saying, at the very latest, the 18th is a Tuesday, so 17, 14. At the very latest, I need to have the new budget prepared for you to review again by, I would say, June 13th. At
So
the
we
very
should get to
latest.
you
But
by June 11th, hopefully.
Please, give me any of, but by June 11th, and I'm available to work with you.
Okay. Does anybody have any specific questions at this moment, or do we just, okay? Okay,
I just have just a statement when we talk about that. About the reserve, I think it is a smart move to consider keeping in contingency in reserve. I like the effort. Maybe if we can see more. But it'll be that or keep it balanced with the 188. I mean, it's 2,188,830.
Okay.
That would be okay, but I think that probably the entire commission would be on the same page as the contingency with reserve. That's up $100,000.
Yes, I thought that was prudent that we start setting funds for time,
Yeah,
because we never know what's coming.
right.
I think it's prudent to a point, however, with the CRA budget, which is much different than general fund,
Yeah.
those monies have to be allocated, or we will end up losing them.
Yeah.
So we, there's, that fine balance reserve is gonna be capped with a reserve in the CRA budget. General fund, I totally agree. We just have to.
Yeah,
Now,
but it is contingency, so she put it in.
I'm saying you can keep some, but the bottom line is we really have to allocate the majority of the funds.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't keep some. in
Right.
reserve.
Things if I may, mention is that the CRA, we are looking at a financial concern that we're trying to figure out how to fund. And I know the CRA coordinator is here, and she may talk about that a lot more than I can. But in order for us to complete the streetscape project next year, and that is somehow, we talk about it every week and plan on it and have meetings with the engineers and with project manager and public works director. In order to complete it, we have two concerns that we need to be aware of, and we have to figure out funding. So number one would be, in order to put the downtown electricity back in, because remember that electricity is not there, that the public works director is.
Sorry, go ahead. Thank you.
And then, the other concern is, we said the electricity, this one more thing, the bump outs. Okay, so are you?
So what Mr. Hardy was saying is correct. So. From here, so one of
Really can't hear you.
sorry about that. So, we did speak with Aries and they sent us some obstacles, so we did that for now. It did mention that they did go on the high end, of course, because we won't know that until we lost the thing, and that when we get selected, I think it's considered for the people that. So they were on the higher end, but I can say that for the electrical, it's upwards of $100,000. Speaking of public works, gave me that we were that by $50,000. But we're looking into that to see if we can get a first number for budget purposes, because we don't have, we're looking at for right now. And then for the out, it's a little over around 15,000. For the month. So, we mentioned, of course, as well as that, well, it's obviously very. Well, yeah. Or if you want to get that through optional well bid, but there's a few options here. Over as well as another. Like just look at this. That it's done. It's done.
Okay, in regards to the bump outs, is that for a specific number? Is there any way to reduce the number without doing away with it entirely? I mean, it's just a thought, and I know you're gonna give us more information on that.
Options are available.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely, and I will reach out to heirs to get more information on that. I can bring that for our CRA meeting on Monday.
Great,
Right.
thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Ms. Nolan?
Yes, I have a question around the electrical in terms of, they said they on the high end, it's 400,000 to get the electrical back in. But don't they already have like some of the conduit still in place? Not all of it has been poured out, right?
Yes, and that's, of course, I can't speak to the technical part of it, but what I can say is when Mr. Gill reviewed this, he said absolutely we have components, there are components that exist, these numbers are just something no one. Here's how to come out yet, but that's why we need the cost will be down, lower than what was.
And yesterday, just to give an update, Mr. Joe did go out there with the engineer and he identified the electrical outlets that they did not know were there. And so that is why we know that that $414,000 is most likely gonna be about 250 because of having some installation here already. So it's still not small, it's still, you know, that's the cost side.
But it's an absolute, we have to get it done, so we have to figure out how to do it in the most cost effective way.
And I brought that up because that will really impact,
Yeah.
you know, the allocation of budgeting, because I have to be certain that we have enough funds in our CRA budget and our fair place budget to cover, the entire cost.
Mhm.
Of the expected, street statement with the electrical and possibly also the pump out. And that's why we brought it.
Okay, and then like the bump outs themselves, I mean, we've been playing with this project for a long time too, with the bump outs, and so why is that cost like this?
Because back before I came here, anything like that, whoever that prior administration was, they took those costs out. And initially, my understanding was that it was presented, and then they were trying to lower the cost of the project to agree to be under the grant, and that's why it was taken out. And so now at this stage of the game, now that we have the engineer actively working with us on a weekly basis. And have this, you know, the last meeting, I think, we have this here on the board, was that they expressed that they wanted to fund that. And so therefore, the engineer just gave us the cost recently.
So this will be the CRA's cost, or would that be the total cost including the grant?
No, that's just the cost.
That is just the cost.
Yeah, that's just the cost.
So, the 400,000 I mentioned, that was the original collection before Mr. Joe got to go out there. But, that would be the cost just for, to do the bump. And then, I'm sorry, that was the electrical. The 515,000 would be for the bump outs. That's in cost for to construct those.
Yeah. So in the CRA meeting, we'll be talking about it more extensively. Just wanted to mention it in the budgeting so that you understand that the next version of the budget that you get, we will consider the fullness of that project.
Okay. And do, we wanna make sure when we get these projects like this, the streetscapes and any other project that we have the money that's gonna be allocated to those projects with those line items so that we know whenever it's presented to us, we know where that money is coming from and the amount that has been expensed.
Yeah.
And what the remaining balance.
Mhm.
So we can kind of track those a little bit better because when everything is kind of all jumbled together, we just got projects and money tied to it. And you can't follow that very well. At least I can't.
Don't worry, we will address that at the CRA meeting.
Does anybody else have any questions? Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Jones, Commissioner Jackson, Commissioner Palacia, Commissioner, are you still there? Commissioner Campbell, I don't see him. Is he still there? No. Okay, no, yes, he is. Commissioner Campbell, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Thank you. With that said, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Thank you. And stay tuned, we'll be back.
Yeah. Don't leave.
Well, a couple of folks get to leave anyway.
Yeah.
Welcome, everybody, to the City Commission meeting workshop. Commissioner Campbell and the Pledge of Allegiance from Commissioner Bora.
Mayor Carrera,
Present.
Commissioner Davis.
Present.
Commissioner Campbell,
Present.
Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Morrow,
Present.
On to public recognitions, presentations, FL class.
Yes.
Ms. Hardy.
Yeah, in the interest of, just trying to, revenue, I'm sorry, again, good evening, commissioners. But in the interest of, just looking at revenue, maximization, diversification, also looking at our existing, assets, we want to make sure that during this budgeting period, that we also consider how we can bring in additional revenue with the existing Mexicans, which are like Native Americans in the streets, and, we had, the Englishmen, we had St. John's River, we had the 10 Rounds, we had the railroad that changed into the shipping industry, and then we had industries, Palatka, which was the lumber, auto shipping. So back then, Palatka was larger than Jacksonville. So looking at today we are 28 miles from St. Augustine. We're like 47 miles from Jacksonville, things that we get to call it. And not too far from Orlando. It's that was established as the trading post by 1821. And, somehow the Civil War and now we have things like the Ravine Gardens, State Park, the Forest of Arts, and Palatka is growing. Currently we're at, I think, 11,000, a bit over 11,000. And that's like within a year or two we have grown. We are expecting to grow this year and next year to add an additional 2,000.
Where do we get those numbers from, Ms. Carter?
So I go to the census bureau. That's mainly where I get the foundation numbers from, the 11,000 number. And then I look at the growth that the planning department shows me based upon the development requests that we have been and the expected number of residents we're planning to build within the next 18 months.
Projected, okay.
2 years, this project.
So we have 11,000 now, or was projected?
No, we're very close to 11,000 or more. The last time I looked, it was like 10,990. So I'm pretty sure now it's. And on page 8, in order to embrace the future of developers, want to expand for housing and economic influx, what we have to do is support and enhance our quality of life. And that means that we look at infrastructure. Matter of fact, it's today, just a sidebar, project meetings. Oh, wow. Within the next like 3 to 6 months, Palatka is just gonna have so much construction going on with the roads. We'll be working and I know for here, the project's not here, but I'll say my numbers like 35,000 linear feet on one grant, 20,000 linear feet on another grant. And then we're also working on 20,000 linear feet with water and sewer. So there's a lot of development infrastructure development that's going on. Most of the grants are starting or have started. Currently, we're managing 60 projects, most are modernized across the city to acquire new buildings, improve our roads mainly, and also the quality of our water and so forth. We continue with that. Today, we received a report that showed us how poor our water quality was less than a year ago. And within 9 months, our water has improved as much as it has. So in conclusion, Palatka is a growing community, extremely diverse, and it's built around natural treasures. So our plan is to ensure continued growth while being sensitive to the numbers of how historically rich and diverse community. Page 9. So our budget priorities for this year. We are aligning with the city's mission, vision, and values. We have the department heads here that might know what it is, but it's the ship. They're looking at me with my face. So, ship means that, we are. So accountability, S means service, H means. Okay.
Honesty.
Honesty, I. Integrity, P. Professionalism. So this is how we do this in department head meetings, just to let you know that as we're moving forward, that's what we're keeping in our mind. So our intent is to continue pursuing smart city initiatives, continue with improvement, continue with beautification and tip, continue with critical capital requirements, public safety enhancement, looking at community concerns such as mental health, homelessness, affordable housing, maintain adequate staffing, fund community events and activities, and more importantly, look at revenue maximization. So revenue maximization, right now, we're looking at several events. One, that we have a project where we're looking at city-owned properties that we have not been building, you know, we've been providing services, so those are some of the things that we're looking at in order to increase our revenue. Strategic planning, our initiatives, goals, strategic objectives, and action plans. And at the bottom here, you can see some of the things that we're keeping our focus on. The current city, you know, conservation, regeneration, energy, brownfield, you're looking at that, and municipal finance, grants and so forth, investment diversification. And I'll stop with keep on. It's not mine yet. Water and wastewater reclamation, social inclusion, public safety, better place to live. So that's pretty much what our initiatives are. The renewal is transportation on the next page. Code enforcement, affordable housing, community strategies. We have some continually studies going about right now. One is complete, one is the CRA, one is updating our code and our land use. We have another study coming on board pretty soon. So we're doing a lot of studies so that we can improve on the actual plan. And our infrastructure, as mentioned, there's a lot of replacement and expansion of water lines. We started cleaning the streets and repairing potholes, sidewalk and pavement management installation. We have a project that I don't talk about often, is replacement of street signs. So, what Public Works is working today is that we're now utilizing our GIS system so that we can all understand what's happening. And water and so on, also flooding. So we're working extensively on that, not just from the grant perspective, but also with CSS and other entities that's impacting our flooding. And so we're continuing the expansion of underground and maintaining inventory. Before the improvements are on screen and water. Next page, our services that we're also trying to implement is allowing and communicating with the community and continual updating of the city website and increasing opportunities for small business growth and development. Revitalization of business buildings, including, I don't know how to say this word. Renovations and buildings. And so I mentioned that we are doing GIS maps and we are actively on that comparison way. And we're looking at, here's something like reclamation was with me today. And they're looking at how we're using that water for like the go. We so that landscaping and all that. And more importantly, we will look at family entertainment. We think that's something that's very much lacking in this things for the family to do as something with that together.
Do you want us to let you go through and go back or stop you at some
I can
questions?
stop this and we can go and deal with the budget. I'm on the last page now. Can you keep it in?
Go ahead, ma'am. Because I just want to talk about services because it'll get lost in the shuffle if I
Yes,
continue to
sir.
let you go.
Okay.
On page 9,
Okay.
when you're talking about continued beautification of the city in our TIF districts and stuff like that.
Okay.
That was all great, but fire assessment fees. I remember in 2020 coming in, and that was one of the big things that fire assessment fees bringing in revenue and stuff like that. But
Yes.
we talked about reviewing it
Yes.
to give property owners some relief.
Right.
And that conversation hasn't been back up, and I know you do it city manager role, but you know, we're talking about it as revenue for taxes, and it's already kind of tough being double taxed. If you live in the city, you're taxed by the city, and then you're taxed by the county. And I want to hold true. I think this commission has mentioned it, and I know Commissioner Bourne did when I first got on about reviewing the tax, fire
The fire
assessment fee.
assessment.
So where are we with that? Now, have we done any of that? And where are we?
Okay.
I mean, I would like to see that in the budget, you know?
Oh,
But
okay.
we know of importance.
Yes.
I would like to see that so that we can speak on it and we can tell our constituents, you know, that we did have a concerted effort to do something in that. area.
Yes. Haters.
And I think we need to talk about it, but as I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, didn't we reduce it slightly last year?
Yeah, we have went from
Anyway.
$2.40 down to $2.35.
Yep.
A part of the analysis that we've done thus far, I've had one of the commissioners that come to the office, you know, regularly focusing on that. And as a result, we did analysis, okay? So let me explain. Currently, we're bringing in about maybe almost 2 million in our assessment. The money is being directly utilized to solidify the fire department. That constitutes about 55 to 58% of your budget. So that's number one. Number two, looking at the number of taxable properties, we have about 3,900 taxable properties. There are some options that we are working with our consultant. Some of the options we're looking at is whether or not it's still valid that we have nonprofit organizations that are only being taxed at 50%. So there is a number of angles to look at when addressing the fire assessment. The other item is the fact that there's 3,900 taxable properties as it stands now. If we were to provide to each one of them like $200, that would equal like 780,000. It would reduce our 2.1 million, and we would still have to come up with a way to find 780,000 other ways in the budget as a revenue stream. So one of the things that I did early in working with department heads is to say, okay, this year, knowing that fire assessment is being looked at more carefully, from a budgeting perspective, I did ask all departments to reduce their operating budget by 5%. So that's a part of us trying to figure out what are we going to do? Because if we reduce fire assessment, it does not reduce the cost of the fire department.
Right.
So we still have to have a revenue stream to accommodate your costs.
And to keep our,
additionally,
oh, I'm sorry. go ahead.
given the fact that our city is actually growing, it's not getting smaller. And what that means is there's an additional demand upon our fire department. Just the other day, it was the city of Palatka's firefighters that went into East Palatka and pulled those individuals out of a burning building. It's our firefighters. So we are very much committed to the fire department to remain funded. Because the one thing we do not want to do is to really cut their department significantly. So my reaction has been to let's all of us bear that burden to find the end of it.
Right, so when, if I'm not mistaken, when we enacted the fire assessment fee, we were not doing impact fees. So impact fees is another way that we also could cover this, where we're now taking care of that additional infrastructure cost and fire and safety. So,
And that's a very good point.
yeah, so that's a stream right there. So I don't think I think we should hold true to what we said to the citizens about reevaluating it, what you just said about kind of sharing that cost
Yes,
with the not-for-profits and other entities that are not paying.
currently,
That's right.
that's correct.
Yeah, so it's our responsibility to at least look into that and make that happen.
Yes, and Commissioner Jones is right, regarding the, coming back to revisit that. I remember when we had it implemented, the city, you know, it could not balance its budget during that time.
Yes, sir.
Prior to, so we did use the tool that was in the toolbox, which was the fire fee.
Yeah.
So we end up doing that to make the balance the budget. And in that time, we have accumulated, funds that was supposed to, that's exceeding what we really needed in order to be able to make the city balance its budget. And so somehow the surplus has been somehow allocated in a way to where we've become dependent upon it in a way that where we had promised the constituents that we would return it back. And so we just need to figure out a way how we can reduce that back to maybe not exactly what it was because there's still a need, but in some way provide the relief that we had on paper. And this is why we're here to make sure that those things happen. We're in a much better place, and I think that some of the funding and not just, it's not a hit on the fire department, because the fire department, we use that fire fee to help in that regard so that we didn't have it in our general fund.
Right.
And so, because we had a 9.1478.
I remember.
So you can't go above, you can't go to, if you go to 10, then the state is gonna get involved. But long story short, with that point, whatever, 8 point, whatever, you can't use that to increase the millage rate, to increase the revenue for the city in order to do anything. So we need to figure out a way how we can kind of back it back down so we provide the relief. When we look at the fire fee now,
Yes.
and I sent you an email in terms of how it's impacting not just one individual, but multiple individuals where their fire fee is more than their base taxes. And so we gotta look at that stuff to be able to provide relief. And so that's where my passion is, and that's what we need, I think, to need to address how we need to do it.
Yes, sir. And because you have given us that information, my team and I did start looking at various strategies. I did sit down with the finance director, even showed him some of the samples of the property tax bill. And you can easily see that the fire assessment was pretty high in comparison to property tax. So that's why at our level, we even said, okay, let's look at some strategies. One is, and you want to understand, not just look at strategies, understand the impact that it would make on the average of every property owner, parcel owner, because those are the ones that pay that fire assessment, parcel owners.
All right, and one last point, and when I look at my tax bill, not just for the city, but the county, when I look at my tax bill just for vacant property, it went from whatever was $4,000 to $10,000. I mean, that's really a tax increase. So I'll be going over there to visit them too, because there's no improvement to that property to where it went from $4,000 to $10,000. That it just don't make any sense in my view. So we need to look at how property is assessed. Now, that was a silent increase with that particular setup there. But we need to look at how, regardless of whatever commission or taxing authorities do in terms of, or the market increase in property taxes, it has to be realistic. And so that's what I want to make sure that these things are realistic.
And so the point to realize is that the city does not calculate any of this. This is coming directly from the property appraiser. And based upon the value of the improvements, which mean development on the parcel, that's how the fire assessment fee is calculated. There are two components, the fixed portion and the variable. So we're looking at strategies. Our intent is to come back, with our next budget.
Okay, you said it, but listen to what you said. You said improvement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's what fire assessment is. Fire assessment is based upon the improvements on the parcel.
Okay.
And there's a fixed component and a variable component. And so. Oh, good. So our presenter is on. I'll move away.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, Marcia, and thank you to the commission. Hi, can you hear me
Can
okay?
you hear me?
Is he muted? Okay, I
Oh, Matt, unmute.
don't think
I
he's muted.
am
Unmute.
He isn't muted.
I'm
I just
not,
asked, I didn't say he was.
Change, oh, you have some tone.
That's-
can you hear me
that's fine
okay?
if he is.
He doesn't know, but. Hmm.
Can you hear me okay?
We have, huh? He's not muted? So why can't we hear him?
I'm not muted.
Could be ours, could be him.
Yeah, make sure I look at which speaker you want to send Karen.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Hello? Hello, hello? I'm not sure.
Oh, Matt,
Can you hear me?
I hear you now. How are you?
I'm good. Geez, what?
Good to see you. I'm sorry about that.
I apologize for all the technical difficulties tonight.
Not a problem. So, this was the commissioners that told you about the board for the city of Palatka. And if you could just tell them about your fantastic, organization, I'd appreciate it, and the opportunity that we may have.
Thank you, Marcia, and thank you to the commission for allowing me to present tonight. And again, my apologies on the technical issues. So Florida Class is a local government investment pool that offers daily liquidity to Florida local governments throughout the state while offering a competitive rate of return, much like a checking account where you have access to your funds on a daily basis, but you're earning a rate that's generally much more competitive than what banks are offering in most cases, particularly now from what I understand when I'm hearing from the banking world. As of today, the Florida Class Daily Liquidity Fund is paying 4.38% on cash. And the one benefit that Florida Class offers that you really can't find anywhere else is we accrue your interest daily for you and we pay it back into your account daily. So most banks and most money market funds will accrue interest daily, but they don't pay your interest income back into your account to the end of the month. So with Florida Class, you're getting paid daily. So you're getting that compounding effect that over time just adds up to additional interest income for the city. Um, Marcia, would you prefer me to share my screen and drive the presentation deck?
Karen, can you allow him to do that?
You want me to give it a shot? Oh, it looks like
Give it a shot, man.
it looks like I'm not able to share. Oh, what? Here we go.
All she has to do is allow you to share.
Can you share, or can you see that?
It's done.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
so as I mentioned, Florida Class actually is a authorized investment under Florida State Statute 218-415. And I noticed the city doesn't have a formalized investment policy. So Florida class would be an eligible investment due to the fact that it is authorized under Florida state statute. And this is a snapshot of the current board of trustees, a diversified mix of, cities, counties, a school district, a tax collector. And I should mention that Putnam County and the Putnam County tax collector both invest in Florida class. And this is basically a breakdown of the participant base who's invested in the fund. We have a little over 8 billion in assets under management, all Florida local governments. You have to be a local government in the state of Florida to invest. And as I mentioned, we have two funds really, and I think the daily liquidity fund is probably best for the city. But we do have an enhanced cash pool that's paying a little bit more. The daily liquidity fund, as I mentioned, was 438. Enhanced cash is paying 445. And the enhanced cash really is for funds that you probably aren't going to need liquid for anywhere 6 to 9 months. That's how the portfolio is constructed. And it's just you're adding duration to the portfolio, so you're getting that pickup in yield. If something were to happen at the city and you do need to tap into those funds, it does offer next day liquidity. But right now I would say just the difference in yield. I think you're probably best if you were to invest in Florida class to invest in the daily liquidity fund, just due to the fact that it's overnight liquidity and you're not really giving up that much yield to invest in enhanced cash where you're kind of tying up your funds. As far as what we're investing in within the pool, I should mention the Florida class is a AAA rated fund by Standard & Poor's, which is the highest rating that you could achieve for a government money market fund. The portfolio is looked at on a weekly basis by Standard & Poor's to make sure that we're following their AAA rating methodology. And we're, as I mentioned, just a little over 8 billion under management. I do want to share with you, hopefully you could see this. This is a list of the participants that are currently invested in the fund. So you have a whole host of cities and towns and villages, a good representation on the county side, school districts, special districts. We really like to have a well-diversified mix of entity types in the fund. Everyone's cash flows are different. Everyone's cash cycles are different. So it just allows the portfolio with respect to redemptions at certain times of the year to remain liquid. Out of 8 billion under management, 20% of that is in cash at all times. Anywhere between 15-20% is in cash to make any redemption request. So obviously, as the fund grows, so does that cash buffer. If God forbid we were ever to have a hurricane hit or some type of natural disaster where entities need to tap into their cash, it's readily available for them. This is the asset growth for Florida class since 2020. On average, we've during certain peaks and cycles, obviously come November, December, January really are kind of our high water marks. That's when all the tax dollars come in and the fund grows. But we went over the $9 billion mark this past December, and we're looking for continued growth going into the year. And these are just some past performance numbers. Obviously, 2024 was very strong with respect to yield. We've had some rate cuts as of late, so the yield has come back down to the 4.30 area, but still very competitive when you're comparing against banks. And these are the performance numbers for enhanced cash as well, very, very similar. Right now with the shape of the yield curve and where the Fed is headed with respect to rates, I would say in about 6 months to a year from now, enhanced cash will most likely be outperforming the daily liquidity fund quite a bit. But that remains to be seen with respect to what the Fed is going to do with interest rates. These are some of the participant benefits. Obviously, you get the daily dividend. There's no transaction fees. There's no minimum investments. You can establish an account, put $1 in, or put $0 in and fund it when the time is right. But you can have it readily available for you when you want to pull the trigger. We have a dedicated credit research staff that's doing all the credit research with respect to the investments. You do have same day liquidity. As long as we get your redemption request in by 3 p.m., you'll have your funds within the hour, and the portfolios are professionally managed. You do get access to a portal where you could download reports, put in redemption requests or contributions. You could future date contributions or redemptions, kind of a set it and forget it type of setup where your money will automatically go back into your bank account at certain times of the year based on future dated transactions. And then obviously client service desk, me here in the state of Florida. We have 4 reps here in the state of Florida that will be readily available at your service at all times. And then this is a telling slide just as far as what if you were to invest 10,000, 100,000, a million, or 10 million. This is what you would have earned in interest income for the year of 2024. Obviously, rates were probably 1% higher than they are now, but I would imagine based on where we think rates are headed for the foreseeable future into the end of the year, your interest income will most likely be in this ballpark for the various investment, the various investments within the fund. So I technically work for Public Trust Advisors. We're the investment manager and administrator on the Florida Class pool. These are some of the other pools throughout the country that we manage, very similar to Florida Class. So this is kind of really our business model and really what we do. It's somewhat of a niche market. There's not that many players, and with a little over 100 billion under management nationwide, puts us at one of the largest managers in this space in the country. And these are our reps here in Florida. We have 2 other reps that are not in this picture. Both myself, Zach, and Madison are dedicated to Florida Class specifically, but we have 2 other reps here in Florida that are helpful as well. I should mention the question that always comes up: well, what's the cost of running the fund? What's it going to cost us? The fees for Florida Class are baked into the net yield on a daily basis. So right now, Public Trust Advisors is charging 15 basis points for the management and administration of Florida Class. So every day when the fund closes, a gross yield is posted. Public Trust backs out our 15 basis point fee, and then we post the net yield to the investor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Sorry, I just got it. Okay. We post the net yield to the investor. So Public Trust, we cannot charge any more than 15 basis points to manage the fund. But we have a business decision that we can make where we can waive total, all fee. It's just something that we can determine on a daily basis, but we can't go above 15 basis points. So I'll stop there. That was a lot, and I'll be happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
I just want to say thank you for stopping and giving us information. Using your firm in other situations has been extremely prosperous. for us, and I wanted the city of Palatka to have that same opportunity. However, I do have a question or a request that you sent to us a list of the cities, because we didn't have that in the information that you sent, yeah, that right there. So that
Yes.
commissioners can see other cities, and therefore, if they would like to make calls to these other cities, they could.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the other question I had, if you could explain, why did the yield reduce from, I know you're gonna tell me why, but I still want to hear it. Where you gave the average monthly yields for like the enhanced cash performance and for Florida class performance. And like you see, say, for instance, from May 2024, our monthly yield or your monthly yield was 5.3751. But currently, we're at 4.3987. Could you explain why is the yield lower? I mean, this is still much better. And also state, what is the average yield from our traditional banking situation as well, please?
Yeah, good question. So really, the Florida class is really tied to the Fed funds rate. So anytime you hear in the news that the Fed is raising interest rates or cutting interest rates, that's going to have a knock-on effect for Florida class in the portfolio. Now, the Fed funds rate moves automatically when the Fed cuts the rate. Banks will move automatically when Fed raises or cuts the interest rates. Florida class is an actively managed fund, so we're investing in securities that have kind of a longer duration that, if the Fed were to cut interest rates 50 basis points tomorrow, it's going to take about 3 months for Florida class to get to the Fed funds rate, whereas let's just say it's at 5%, they cut 50, tomorrow it's 450. It's 450 at banks and it's 450 at the Fed funds rate. For Florida class, just because we're investing in active securities, it's going to take a little more time for us to get to 450. So the answer to your question is we've seen 3 rate cuts since April of 2024. And we have since come down, almost a 1%, 100 basis points because of those rate cuts. So that's really why the difference when the Fed cuts interest rates, it's ultimately going to have effect on Florida class over time.
And then what is the, current yield at the bank?
So yeah, so that really all depends on the relationship with the entity. Banks are interesting where, they may offer Putnam County down across the street from you, 4%, but they may offer the city of Palatka 2.5%. We see it all the time. Generally, the larger counties, the larger entities in the state of Florida will get preferred rates on their cash. Some of the smaller entities or the smaller school districts or the community development districts that may not necessarily be big clients to the banks, they won't offer them high rates of return. I hear it all the time, and I always tell folks like the city of Palatka or Putnam County or Miami-Dade County, hey, if you're not getting a rate of return from your bank that's close to the Fed funds rate, you either ask them to sharpen their pencil and increase the rate for the city, or you're going to take your banking services somewhere else. It's that easy. And generally the banks will respond. But the answer to your question, Marcy, it's really on a case-by-case basis. The banks, have the ability to really offer whatever they'd like to for the various entities in the state. It costs them money to collateralize government funds. So they generally don't like to offer higher rates because it costs them money to do that. So hopefully that answers your question.
It did, thank you. Commissioners?
Anybody else have any questions of Mr. Tite? Nope.
He answered all my
We
questions.
appreciate all the information.
Well, thank you again. And I will be sure to get you this list of participants. And by all means, I always urge people to reach out to folks that you may know on the list, and as a reference or what have you for their experience with Florida class. So thank you again. Sorry again for all the technical difficulties, but I hope you all have a great meeting, and let me know if I could be helpful in any way with Florida class.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, appreciate it, sir.
You too.
Amen. Thank you. And so,
Before you go on though, because of the agenda, I do have to quickly open the floor to public comment, even though there is nobody here, but for the record, is there anybody here for public comment? Looks like not. Thank you.
Okay.
Public comment. Now we're on to our regular business, the budget.
all right, so just want the commissioners to know that staff have been meeting with our bank, negotiating rates that would bring us closer to this, and we're in that process now. And just want you to be aware of that, that these are some of the things that we can try to do to bring revenue in order to offset having to address like our assessment reduction and so forth. That's what the purpose of that is. And for instance, I've had situations with that particular entity where we put like, say, 2.5 million, and we went from the 2.5 sitting in our bank account year after year and only getting $1,000. I mean, that's ridiculous. So that is why I gained a relationship with them in that situation. And we went from only earning like 1,000 to 1,500 a year to 100,000 a year. So that gives you an idea of diversifying your cash flow. And we will be doing that during this budget period. We're looking at cash to understand the amount of cash that we can move out of just sitting in the bank and having it to earn more revenue for us.
Question,
And so moving on to trend analysis, you can just skip
what
to-
question before you move
Go
on?
ahead.
Yeah, who do we currently bank with?
Who have I been meeting with?
Who do we currently bank with?
Embarrassment.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And we have been meeting with them. We've been meeting with their representatives from Toronto and also from here. And they have put together a proposal as well. And that will be brought to you. Can we just go to trend analysis, please? Yeah, just right. So that right there gives you an idea, you can turn it around maybe, of revenue. And what it shows you is that general fund, over the past 5 years, right, from 2019 till 2023, went from 10 million up to 16 million. It's just good to, have an idea of the trend. Airport went from like 900,000 a year to 2.7 million. And that same 5-year period, which is 2019 to 2023. Water went from 6 million up to 8.8 million. Sanitation went from 2.1 mil to 3.2. Aqua, which is gonna be gone, so we're not looking at that. Better Place went from 1.1 up to 4.5. So that's the revenue, just giving you an idea of the trend. You could go to the next one for expense. And you have this paper in here. And with expense for it went from like, general fund went from like 10 million to 12 million in 5 years. Airport went from 1.6 and expenses to 2.2. Water went from 6 million to 7.6. And sanitation went from 1.9 to 2.5. Better Place went from 900,000 up to 4.4. So that lets you know that, yep, our budget has increased over the past 5 years. And so for this year, the detail, you can go on to the actual budget, right? So just to get the budgeting process started, this is not our hardcore numbers. When we come back on June 18th, the partners will be here with their presentation and with the decision units and with a more precise amount. So this budget has 2 things that you could understand. One, salaries were increased by 2%. And that is us trying to accommodate the impact of utilizing the step and grade. And expenses were generally decreased by 5%. And so Going to the very last sheet, which is page 40. Then all the way down to the bottom, page 47. And that gives you a snapshot where we are as of this moment. So one of the things that has not been done in this budget is gaining the best understanding of grants. By the time we get to like July, we would have actualized revenue and expenses of more grants. But we have to figure out how much of the grants that we have that we will actually be able to do in the next fiscal year. So that analysis is not yet included in this. So without considering the impact of the grants, or there's another thing that Commissioner Jones mentioned, and that was about the impact fees. So what I need to point out with the impact fees, we are restricted statutory as to what we can spend impact fees on. Impact fees must be spent strictly on new activity that we did not have before. Legal did alert me to that. You want to explain it just a little bit better, please?
Sure. Impact fees are statutorily restricted. They are paid for by the new development, but they have to have a rational nexus with the infrastructure that is going in to accommodate that new development. And if there's any deviation from that, we can get you a lot of people. So it's a very restricted type of funds.
Right, and as I understood, so when you were mentioning about we're growing, so the growth is coming from new development.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, that will cover the new developments impact fees, because we had developments coming up. We had to with the increase of now 11,000 people. And we're still growing. All that St. John's Avenue quarter, all that new construction. So it should be yielding some funds that's gonna help with the fire fire
With the
service,
growth.
police service and infrastructure in that area, in
Right.
that quarter. And others that's new, there are new bills, and that's
Right.
exactly what I was thinking on. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. So it should help. But that along coupled with the fire assessment fee adjustment, as we can do it, I think that it's gonna have a great impact. It's gonna have a great impact. And,
Yeah.
and that's what we want to see.
The approach is gonna be like, here's our budget to maintain where we are right now. And then here's the new growth. We're gonna have to figure that out. And then that impact revenue has to tie to the new growth.
Right.
The increased amount in the cost of those various departments. There's like about 4 or 5 departments. I think it's police, it's fire, it's
Public works.
Parks and Rec, so say it again. Right, so specifically, those departments, we will have a different calculation so that we can figure out bringing that impact revenue. Additionally, like when we heard the director of planning said, oh, we're gonna get 5 million in, in impact fees. Well, okay, maybe in totality, when everything is complete. However, we gotta look at what portion of completeness, what percentage of completion will we experience in this new year that we're budgeting for?
Right.
Because that 5 million, if we aren't gonna complete it all 100% in 2025, 26, we cannot recognize that
Right.
as revenue. We can only recognize the percentage that we expect to have completed in the coming fiscal year.
So we
So
can't spend
all
what
of
we
that-
don't have. We can't spend what we don't have.
We can't feel what we ain't never gonna do it, okay, until we get it. Exactly.
But it is forecasted, should be forecasted and projected.
Yes, sir.
So those numbers should be there, and we should operate accordingly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so we're just, trying to, we're talking about how to get there.
Yeah.
Understand that we need to consider it.
And we also should look at duplication of services. See that, are there any services that we're duplicating or, especially when you told the department heads to look into where they can make some adjustments.
Yes.
Cause since we kind of had a break, since I'm looking at like the executive salaries and salaries throughout, help me understand. I see what's broken down to executive salaries and then retirement expenses. So for example, if I'm making $100,000 as an executive
Yes,
salary, and then there's a
retirement.
retirement of 50,000 that's contributed into that year.
Retirement right now for the year that we're physically living in is
Mhm.
30.7%. And for the new year, starting October 1st, I think we got our rate. It's 29, what, 29, 28? 7 or 8. Okay, so we, our actuary for the pension funds, which we have 3 of them, we have general fund, fire, and police, okay? So we get our report from them, like we got it already, not, we're living in May, so we probably got it in April. And so those rates are utilized in our budgeting. So if you were trying to figure it out, like whatever the wages are, you add them all, and based upon what pension fund that the department is in, then we utilize the rate that we receive from the actuary.
So, speaking in layman's terms, if so, as I was going, so I make 100,000 per year. And the totality of my salary with that retirement benefit, which is another 50 grand. So
Yeah, it'll be
150, 150.
30,000. Then you'll also
Like
have
your-
the 8,000, and then you'll also have
Health
another
insurance.
20,000.
But totality, my wages plus retirement is like 200,000.
It'll be 100, it'll be a 30, it'll be an 8, it'll be a 20. So if your salary is 100,000, the total cost would be 158. Something like that.
Mhm.
And that's for general fund. So it differs based upon what pension plan is, for that particular department, fire and police have different rates.
Right. It's broken down. I just want to make sure I was calculating those two things correctly, which I was. Thank you.
Because, so just to look
Commissioner
at
Board,
that.
Commissioner Board, excuse me, Commissioner Board,
sorry.
had a question. You're waiting patiently.
Right, well, when Commissioner Jones mentioned about the impact fees, and then you mentioned about the 5.2 million or whatever we're supposed to get within the next 18 months, whenever the project's complete. We didn't have that prior to, so it was years that people were able to come in and build and build and build, and then build with no impact fees. And so but we still didn't get many people to come to build during that time. And so when we did start getting people to come in, when we had the impact fee imposed, we still got people to come in and build. So we just, in the past, it was tough getting it even.
Attracting the people.
No, not attracting, but it was tough to get it passed because we were having people to continue to stifle the city and continue to not pay impact fees, and we would increasing the services and would not pay for fire, police, and stormwater and all these different things. So
Yes,
now
sir.
at least we're getting those fees now. And
Yes.
so I just wanted to make an acknowledgement of that we are at least getting that now. It took a while to get that passed, but we got it.
Yes, and I've actually seen it myself.
Yeah.
In the short time that I've been here. And I've seen it, I actually saw it start when I first got here. And that was in collaboration with the legal and with planning. And the two of them, because you have to have both of them working together, plus finance. Because literally there's nice time to build that developer so that they know that they have to pay.
Right, but meanwhile, we were having our police, fire, and storm, all these different things being impacted while people were taking advantage of the community, building developments, but not being able to provide the funding for
And
it.
that's our job, to make sure these things as well as some others are in place, so that when people come to and develop and invest our community, we're also protecting our community and offering the necessary services. So we want Palatka to remain Palatka and have the character it has, but yet welcome people here. So we have to put those guardrails in place. That's
Right.
our job. Now go ahead.
I just
Okay, so if you would just look at page 47 and just making sure, I'm just trying to be certain that you understand that this is how your draft. And we need to see what insurance and yes, sir.
Go ahead. I'll let you finish your statement.
Understand that the number will be probably very different because we'll have more accurate information.
So one of the things that I want to bring before the commission, and it may not seem to be proper, but it has, there's a method to my madness. When department heads are doing their budget, I want the caviar version of their budget and allow us the opportunity to chisel away at what we think is appropriate or something, because what I found out sitting on the dais for the last almost 10 years, we are presented a budget and it's so restricted that we find ourselves in the months ahead as we go that we're making or having to come back and move monies around. So I think it is important, say for instance, if a department say they need a maybe supplies or maybe another person, allow us as the commission to make that determining factor now, so we won't have to come back and remove or move all of those funds. Because if I can think about this year or this year that we're in, the budget that we presented and we voted on, if we were to bring it back, it's a whole lot different, because there were things from various departments that we've had to make some moves. But I believe if they would have been presented to us prior to versus giving us the more chiseled down, I believe that we would have been able to address some of them. Because a lot of times what and again, I've been on this commission for almost 8 years, what we may agree that what they are looking for or what they need is important, so let's work out a way to get it. So I would want the caviar version, and then if we have to drizzle it down, allow it to be something that we've seen at the beginning, and it's not just something that has come up as a surprise, if that makes sense.
It does, and matter of fact, this year, I noticed an improvement. We don't have many budget amendments this year. Like none. And the few that we did get is only because we got grants that we didn't know about. And so what that did, it increased the budget because we got revenue in that we did not know we were going to.
Yeah, I just would like to see what they desire versus,
We will.
I just want to see that.
Yes.
See the wish list.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what they're gonna, when they come on June 18th, they're bringing to you what we call, here's the words we use, we call it wish list.
That's what I
They-
want.
When they're coming on June 18th, you're gonna see what they feel that they really need to fund their department. And that's what I got today.
Commissioner Davis.
Okay, good. What I want to clarify is, since you're asking for that, and that's new, because what I'm hearing, it sounds like some edits came before it got here to be reviewed. So if that's been past behavior, you have clearly addressed and requested that they bring.
The wish list.
Okay, I just want
Yes,
to make sure,
and,
because I agree with Commissioner
Yeah.
Campbell.
Mhm.
And so that some biases may not have cut it before it even comes up and then be.
I completely agree.
Okay. I appreciate
Not only that, they will also bring what we call decision units. So, now, the one thing that you will see, however, and maybe I need to do it differently. Remember, I did ask them to try to have a budget of 5% less. So are you saying like ignore that and instead just let them, but the first time?
I think the first time presenting to us, even though they know that's what they're working toward, but again, there may be some things that we would want them to take in consideration versus trying to cut some things that we may think are important. Just think about if we're coming from the safety component, they may think that there are some safety measures that they cut to get in that 5%, but we as the commission, when it comes down to the safety of our communities, no, we want this. So, yeah, so listen, that's what I say about that caviar version, or as you say, the wish list, so that we'll know, because what I don't want, and Commissioner Davis stated it so well, that we don't want to think that anything was cut or managed before it came to us. I want their voices truly to reflect what their departments need.
Well, they're gonna be extremely happy that you have said those words. No one's smiling, but they are. So therefore, Y'all heard. So. we
You heard it here, it's on record.
I'm gonna let it go.
I heard, right? So we're not gonna cut that 5%. We will not do that. What you receive on June 18th, the real first draft will be what they feel they actually need, okay? And then your input will be given to us at that time.
Thank you. Did you have anything you wanted to say, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, kind of a little clarity from the board. Now, on certain things we say, that's part of the city manager's responsibility. Then we come back and say, no, we want to, I know the budget, the final budget is us. So if she said that the percentage she wanted to see, that was a directive from the city manager to her staff. So I don't think we should override that part.
That's not my
The
statement.
decision units come, like it has been in the past, it does come to us on something that it is part of the wish list, and that's where we make a decision as he sees fit. And that's it. Now, that's how.
Commissioner Davis was on. Go ahead.
So from my perspective and in my conversations with the city manager, one of the drivers and maybe the driver for requesting the cut in budget requests is because we're facing a potential cut in income and you're trying to align it. So to that point, though, I'm still agreeing with Commissioner Campbell to request it. And thank you, Commissioner Jones, for bringing that up, because I don't believe that's the intent to override that. I do believe we should see everything, but what we do need from the finance director and input from the city commissioner when we're reviewing is guidance or information that may drive us to end up with the cuts. But again, what I agree with most with Commissioner Campbell is we may decide for public safety, they don't need to have the cuts and we can cut someplace else. And I think that's what I'm hearing. And I do believe the board should have the flexibility based on, we can't give what we don't have, but we can allocate it to the best of our ability with a focus on public safety.
See, you summed it up very well, and I just use public safety because that's probably the easiest thing to use. But when I think even about when the water treatment plant came, that's one of our priorities. So if that's one of our priorities, we should make sure that if the funding is there, allow us to do a little bit more so that we can continue on this trend of bettering the water for our citizens. No way do I want to undermine, and I respect you for saying the 5%. But again, there are some things that have happened that triggered me to say, let us really see what it is that they value. Because a lot of times we don't know because we're not a part of that day-to-day operation.
Right.
But when we go to Tallahassee and we advocate for the things that we say that we are doing, these are things that the city of Palatka contribute without any grant funding or without. This is what we did with the citizens' money. We put it towards public safety. We put it towards bettering our roads. We put it towards doing those things. So that's why I want to do it that way. So again, we can see, and you said it so good about if we need to be a little bit more flexible in the percentage, that's the direction that we should be able to give the person who we hired to say, no, come on, let's take it in consideration. Instead of a 5% cut, let's do a 3%, or let's do a 2%, because this is very important to us. And when we go back to Tallahassee and we're advocating for these funds, we can say, this is what we've done. This is what we utilize the money, our taxpayers' money to do, so that we need you to continue to help us with these various projects. So I just use that service because that probably was the easiest thing, but there are a lot of conversations that I've had with departments that they could utilize some things that they have not done for us. Because again, we want to be frugal, we want to be mindful, but then again, we want to be fiscal and responsible for not only the city, but we want to make sure that our citizens are getting what they need, what the tax money that they call.
Okay, and so I understand the comments, there's not a problem. I will still at the very end, you know.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
that's fine. So departments will, prepare their first draft with everything that they feel like they need in order to operate their departments. And at the end of it all, I will still, you know, perform my function with the
Absolutely.
finance director or as finance director. It's how we live it, but, it will get done. Meaning that you will see, what departments are requesting, which we call wish list. That will be, what you should receive June 18th. And then afterwards, you know, we will look at it to see what can we cut, what should we do, et cetera. As we're looking at other social events that you have mentioned, such as, hey, let's look at the fire assessment. We need to cut that. So then we have to do something. Once we cut that revenue stream, then we have to look at what to do below. We will be looking at all of that. We will take strategies that will achieve those goals, but will, you know, evenly spread that impact, not where it hurt a department or cripple it. So, okay, so I understand both concerns. Thank you all for giving me the guidance to put together. The department has heard it and we will move forward. Do you have, 2 more papers? Isn't there like one more about, I always try to bring forward to you. Okay, so the estimated total taxable value, we just received this on Thursday or Friday. For the city is 722,347,859. So that lets you see what the total assessed value of 9 give them property for the current year. And we need that kind of information notice for budget planning purposes. That's from the Putnam County Property Appraiser. And then I just put in there to remind you from last year about some of the initiatives that you all gave. So please, please, please give me input. I've asked my new administrative assistant to schedule time so that you can meet with the finance director or myself with the initiatives that you want to see in this year's budget, please. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any additional questions, Commissioner Davis?
Mine is general. I want to make this comment because this is really more global, not for the current process we're going through. But at some point, I would like the city to have conducted an independent comprehensive financial audit. And the reason I'm bringing this up, and we all can't escape it, we hear Doge, and that's fine, but we need to be our own Doge. And because we've had movement and so much movement in the finance department in terms of city managers turnover, I would really like to see that independent comprehensive audit where we can look and see where the city is totally from a finance perspective, compliance, verifying our assets, you know, and I'm not an accountant, but those type of things. So I do want to bring that up. I'd like to see us go back for about 5 years. I was trying to look and see how we've been having turnover. And so that's something I want to bring up. And the second thing is that I would like to see the city have a staffing analysis and a salary analysis. Because again, as decisions have been made and we've been addressing items, are we in line? Do we have opportunity to clean some things up, make some adjustments so that we can go forward when we're looking at budgets and any financial decisions, really understanding where this city is at the point in time in which we have that information back. It's just time to clean up. I'm hearing over and over, we're growing, we're growing, we're growing. Yeah, that's great, but where are we really right now? And so we can make better decisions for this city based on where we truly are. So.
Okay, thank you for the comment. And to that point, we're currently actually in the midst of the audit. That's the annual audit that addresses the fiscal liability, the cash, the assets, the compliance, internal control, that kind of thing.
Just a minute, just so I can be clear.
Okay.
I'm talking about separately and distinct from the annual required audit.
Okay.
I'm talking about an independent comprehensive audit, not what we do for, to submit that.
We have an independent audit.
It is, that's what I'm trying to clarify.
So
It's not the city doing it.
No, I know that. The
Okay.
difference is that is a requirement that we do annually.
Right.
Remember, I said I want to go back for an independent audit to look at 5 years worth of information, or for that matter, to see really, that's my request. I don't, and if I need to clarify.
I'm not an accountant either.
I'm
I'm a child of one. But I just want to understand, we have an independent audit that's been going on every year. From an outside entity firm. We also sent all our information, correct, financial to the state Doge
Yeah.
already.
And we did, Doge did reach out and we did respond to that as well.
But-
Why we don't know
I think-
anything about
I think that the audit, I believe that the commissioner is asking for an additional service
I get that.
beyond the annual audit.
And what is and I'm just gonna ask this, what is the cost of doing that?
We did reach out to the current auditors last year, because this is not the first time this has been requested. I think it was kind of brought up as a discussion item in a year. And we did pursue that with the current auditors. It meant that they would do a separate engagement. And we might want to look at.
I wouldn't want to. That's-
What I'm thinking, we're gonna spend the money.
A different form of audit that's more operational, because fiscally, we're sound financially, however, an operational audit would be completely different than what we do.
Okay, and I reserve the right to come back with further clarification, but I don't want my request to be generalized. The other question I'd like to ask is what the cost of not doing it?
No, I'm not arguing, I'm just asking for information.
for you.
No. Okay, and I think doing an operational audit would be a little more helpful at this point.
Right, the operational, because operational would look at some of the, yeah. Well, may not be so much as one to say.
Go ahead.
The operational audit is quite different than a financial audit. An operational audit would look at internal control. An operational audit would look at whether or not we're maximizing revenue. Particularly looking at grants to see, is it being actualized? So it would look at different areas that a financial audit wouldn't look at.
I think to sum this all up, because again, I think she stated one thing that I want to make sure, if it's been asked before and it's being asked again, that means we need it. And so I'll just leave it at that, because if you've already did the research,
Yeah.
because someone else requested it and now we have a completely different person requesting it, that's.
I can't remember how it came up. I just remember.
And I don't want to put you in a position, but I think it's something that we still can and then bring it before the commission on the way, so that we're able to put it to a vote and make it happen that way. one way or
Yes.
the other. So
So go to the research commissioners to possibly get some kind of cost estimate and scope as well, and be able to bring that back.
That would be great.
We did, Mayor, when not the last year, but not, it was last year when we had, because we were in there talking with the auditor. And so at that time, we decided to do an operational audit and brought it to the commission. Commission agreed that we would do it. I think Commissioner Campbell asked, what was the cost at that time? And so I think we had a consensus that we would move forward with it, and we kind of talked about the number of people who have been, in the different roles, whether it was interim or, whatever, or permanent or interim. We've had a number of, different city managers and finance directors and different things in those key roles. And so it's really key that we do, get that operational audit done. And I think even, former Mayor Hill, expressed the significance of having an operational audit. And I think they included also land transactions as well as part of that. And so I think all that was in a report. So that's what, I think we need. And I thank the commission for wanting to move forward with that.
And I will personally follow up.
Thank you.
All right.
Any further questions? Go ahead.
I have no questions, but I have a request that we have a emergency item, and I know the hour has been well spent, but I think this has been something that we have been beat up as a community, so I'm making a motion that we add to this meeting an emergency item regarding the Blue Crowd Festival.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And just the reason that I feel as compelled to have this conversation, I know the city has been doing the due diligence, but with the publicity that has come or that has surrounded the Blue Crab on the various levels, making the news and all of those things for the tournament and the vendors and all of those things, I think it is to our advantage, not advantage. I think it's wise for us to have a discussion, because again, we have set back into wait some additional time for our next meeting. It's only going to further push. There have been some things that have recently come up with regards to the promoter, that's not like possibly how the ball was dropped with us. But I think it's very important that we have this conversation to see how do we want to proceed forward with either making a statement in regards to the city, or I'm just interested in hearing the conversation of the rest of the commission.
Okay.
So we went into this Blue Crab Festival understanding that we had some abrasion, and obviously on the back end, there was abrasion. One of so that we had a vacancy in the position of public information officer in this city. And I think that's key. Understanding the risk we were taking to go forward, and we spoke that in the meeting. We understood and determined that we needed to take the risk to move forward with the Blue Crab Festival. As we understood the contract to direct what we were going to get. I don't know about anyone else, but there are some items that surprised us. I don't know if we knew logistics, even though we had a contract with this company. But I'm disappointed that we as the city did not position ourselves to take the lead in providing some communication, some information. I am not a proponent of responding to people who may write well, even though the information is untrue. However, we have to position ourselves to communicate on behalf of our city in an appropriate manner, and not just on program, but in general. And so I personally take full responsibility for the Blue Crab Festival as a commissioner who voted to move forward. However, we don't always have to take a full knife to the gut without an appropriate or planned response to something we knew was a risk. And that's really what I want to say, and I want to leave it.
Okay, before we have any further discussion, I just need to give a legal.
That's all. So now you want to, I know you're excited.
No, no,
Okay, but-
No, I think, yes, please, go ahead, Ms. West.
Please allow me to say something.
Sure, go ahead,
As city manager.
go ahead, go ahead.
I just want to say that, the city itself, you know, did take prudent steps to do all that we could understand. We, tried to interact with the individual, a lot of things. We met with, the promoter many times, or tried to on several occasions. Additionally, all of us in here that were here back in, September, we all know that, what started this off incorrectly was the fact that the promoter received a check in advance of having a signed agreement. So to that point, city attorney and the team, the first individual have worked diligently to try to manage this. There were some things that we really did not know until recently, such as the fact that marketing was not being done. That we did not find out until about a week to 10 days before the actual festival. And as soon as we found out, then as a city, we started trying to help with the marketing. We started sending out emails and so forth. Now, Ms. West is, as our city attorney, wants to let you understand as the board, all of the efforts that she has done from a legal perspective to protect the city. The research that she's done to understand more about each individual that we retain as our.
No, thank you. I'm not going to go into detail, but what I will say is we do need to be mindful. We do, the promoter has threatened litigation. She has threatened litigation in writing and has as recently as Monday made financial demands in excess of what has already been provided to her. And I'll just remind you, it was $50,000 check. And then the city provided in excess, just over $35,000 in services consisting of police and fire and public works services. So we're looking at pretty close to just under $100,000 that's been provided as a sponsor. So I just want to caution as we move forward with statements to be cognizant of the fact that we do have a threat with litigation. So just be mindful.
Well, the reason for the conversation was, again, I think there is an opportunity for the city to apologize at minimum with regards to the lack thereof, whatever we know to be true. We don't have to put any specific information regarding finances, but the citizens of Palatka are due at minimum an apology. And again, I've sat on this dais for almost 10 years, and I done been stabbed in the gut a lot of times, and I've taken it. But with regards to this, I think it's an opportunity because again, whether sooner or later, more so soon, if we're looking to have this festival and we want it to remain in this community, we have to give somebody the opportunity, one, to put it out for an RFP, two, to give them as much time as needed to whomever it may be, the organization, whoever. We want to give them the most time possible in order to make sure that this festival goes back to its glory days. So that's the reason I wanted to have this conversation, because again, previously, it was not in our face the way that it needs to be. And I'll say it oftentimes that we talk about something when it's hot, but when it's no longer hot, we tend to forget about it until there's something burning and we smell some smoke. So I want to get ahead as much as possible, regardless, and I appreciate the legal shot put that, because I was about to say something. I was about to say something. But I think it's an opportunity again for us to save this festival. I don't want to see the blue crab die out. The community don't want to see the blue crab die out. But we know how much it takes to make an event of this magnitude happen. So we want to make sure that as much as it's, and then we're in the summer months, so we don't meet as often as we would outside of the summer months. So I want to make sure that we come up with a timeline that we think is appropriate to make sure that this festival happens Memorial Day weekend 2026.
I certainly want to see the festival happen again. It's been around for almost 40 years or a little over 40 years. Most of the time it was community organizations up until the last, what, 3 or 4 years. And there was a lag. There was, of course, the pandemic and a couple of years when it didn't happen. I don't know that the city, I understand Commissioner Campbell's comments. I don't understand that it's the place of the city to apologize. I don't agree with that piece. I also don't agree with issuing, and it was going to be on the agenda for the June meeting to discuss this. I'm not sure why we're issuing an RFP again. We don't fund Azalea, which is around for over 75 years. We don't fund any other the big events in the city. Why are we spending so much money on this event, and why are we RFPing it? Why aren't we looking to the community who is, as I read things, saying, we want it back home. We want to take it back home. We don't want somebody from outside the community doing this. So again, I may not be to the scope and size it is now. I don't know if that's a bad thing or not, but I think we just have to rethink all of this, and it's not been a sustainable festival. Obviously, something's not working. There needs to be a business model for this that works. Go ahead, Commissioner Bill, I'm sorry.
That's a great point, Mayor. And you're right. But I think, this event has been going on almost 30 years. And, again, it started out with, a number of people who, just donated their time, nonprofit group. And, they all worked together to be able to, help bring this whole thing about. And I've seen a lot of comments and everything else on social media, whatever else it may be. And some people have some legitimate points in terms of what it used to be and what the event was all about. And my understanding, they thought it was about boats, right? Having boats down at them, people come through and people have those setups out there to just enjoy the riverfront, and then along the streets downtown. People have their crafts and everything else out for people to come in and enjoy. People used to have zip lines and music lined up all day, not just a short period of time, but maybe all day. And so, but you gotta get the people. If the people want it back the way it used to be, you gotta get the people committed, dedicated back to it. Because when you have it, when you got nonprofit groups and it falls apart, who's gonna do it from there? And so that takes me back to 2017 when, I think we had a couple of nonprofit groups that tried to restore it and it didn't work out. Then that brought us into COVID. We got past COVID, and then now we kicked it back off with Miss Sal here. And so she helped us in that regard for the last 4 years to be able to have the Blue Crab Festival for where it's at right now. We had committed, I think Commissioner Campbell and myself and Commissioner Vice Mayor Brown and former Mayor Hill and Commissioner McCaskill, we committed to the city that we would not let this happen again. We committed $150,000 to this event because what it meant to people. People will take their time off a year in advance, already set to go for the Blue Crab Festival. And so we had made that commitment that we would put the money up, and then we backed it down as we worked with the promoter from 150 back down to 75 and then 50. And so this is where we're at. We were trying to back it all the way out to zero. And that, you know, because we weren't funding other events. And so, but the wheels start coming off the bus with this little situation here, even though we still had a pretty good turnout with the crowds and everything, but some of the other things maybe fell through the cracks. So, but here's where we are right now. We're in a place to where we are just coming off of the Blue Crab Festival. So we need to be galvanized, and I think they said we'll do it by next meeting. But we need to have this conversation so we can move it forward, so we can get the commitment from whoever want to try to help make this event back to where the locals had a lot more control. But we need the commitment. We gotta have the commitment. Otherwise, we're gonna continuously have, you know, these question marks of whether it's gonna be a good festival or not. And so that's what we gotta have.
I agree, but I think the magnitude of this event, the thing about the Azalea Festival and all of those things, the individuals who started those festivals or who they were handed off to, they've continued to do it. And being that we are in the position we are now, of course, if we can give it back to the community, but who's gonna be the determining factor of who leads if the community comes together? That's why I think the commission needs to have the opportunity to have at least some say into how we hand it off or if we hand it off completely. Because again, as stated, years past, it was picked up by our organization. Our organization did a phenomenal job with carrying it out. It was the Palatka Young Professionals. They carried it out. It was very good. But then the next year, and I sat on that board, so I've heard some of the conversations. It's not as easy to plan a event of that magnitude. But again, our names are tied to this. But if we're gonna hand it off, I do believe that there needs to be some kind of conversation on how can we determine if a community organization is gonna pick it up, that they're getting or they're hearing the voice of the entire Palatka or they're representing, because at the end of the day, just like this, our name is gonna be tied to it anyway, one way or another.
So I'm gonna just, of course, bring in a different perspective. We're, we know what this festival means to this city. And I'm gonna be real. The abrasion was great from this year. And so much so that, people are saying, I'm not coming back, I'm not coming back. Granted, we have to give them something to come back to. But what I also think this is an opportunity for us to determine what are we trying to accomplish with this festival? That's the one question we have to go back to answer. And I think the answer to that question will determine how we move forward. And I know it may seem obvious to some people, but some of the questions I have now is, what is the real benefit to the city? I get it, people come. Are people spending money with the vendors? Are people spending money with the local merchants? And they're not, from my understanding. So I think there's also opportunity as we are moving forward with this festival to determine how we can make it beneficial to our local merchants. I mean, and I don't have answers. I'm just putting some questions out there. One of the things I always ask is, when you have a festival, what is the benefit to the city? And I know it may not always be tangible. We want it, a financial benefit. I hope it is, but it may be for the community. And are we trying to get it so that, and I'm just gonna be honest, when it's grown, when we've had these internationally known music acts to come here. Sometimes those internationally known music acts are not beneficial for the citizens more than it is for those coming to visit. But if that's our goal, that's fine. And so that's why I'm asking the question. I think we really got to determine, what are we trying to accomplish? What outcome do we want? Do we want people to come see Palatka? Do we want to make sure the residents are involved? What does that look like? And I think that'll determine how we move forward. Commissioner Campbell's right. It's not easy to do a festival, especially trying to now regain the trust of those consistent festival goers. I was in Fort Lauderdale, Florida this week, and I met a random person you're from Palatka? Oh my gosh, I go to the festival every year. It was horrible. We're not coming back. And I was like, please hold on, we're gonna look at it, but my point is, it's everywhere. And so I just think we have to strategically understand what we're trying to accomplish. Take from the, review of the festival, take the good, determine what we're, defining things better. I'm still looking in because I wasn't here for most of the festivals. It was good, but I also, it's Blue Crab Festival where people are saying, I can't even go down. Again, I'm still putting that out, and I think we have the opportunity to define what this looks like. But it's critical that we do it properly because we cannot afford to not with what we're coming off of. And that's why I just want us to be careful. In general, I will tell you, I do not think the city should sponsor it. And I'm saying in general, based on the information I have at this time. And I am a proponent of volunteers doing it, but understanding it's not just, hey, I want to do it. You gotta have a skill set, you gotta be able to do it. And so I do want to just say that.
My opinion is in litigation, I mean, people can always threaten to, and that's their right, or whoever wants to, based on freedom of speech. But we mentioned the marketing. I think that whoever on the city part side that was in the collaboration of our sponsorship dollars, because we did sponsor, we were a sponsor, is that correct?
That's right.
So when you're sponsoring something, you should know what you're getting for your sponsorship. So we should have known that going in. What the roles do we play? What roles and responsibilities do a sponsor have? That's the first thing. If we were trying to in one of our meetings, we asked on specifics. Who's gonna be our airliner? And we didn't have an answer in the meeting, open meeting. Yeah, so, and that information was withheld, which with the amount of money that we invested going in with, we should be, good dog, we should wag the tail should not wag the dog. And we gotta start standing up to people that we do contracts with and know. We know some history from the last time that we contracted that, the festival out. I don't think personally again, that we should just throw in the white flag saying that, hey, we can't do this, because we do all have a track that when it was good, it was going very good. We had started attracting a lot of people. Now, I think also, the advertising and the marketing for the merchants downtown, it may have to be from the tourist development, and just saying partnering with them to help the merchants get some of that advertising out, meaning run a special that weekend with the merchants downtown, because you got to do something differently too during that weekend, because you really have, from what I have seen and experienced, you have really two different things going on. You have the foot traffic that's going downtown during the daylight hours, mostly. That's when your stores are open downtown. And then you have the entertainment. They usually have a beer tent down there. Then you have the entertainment for the kids that was absent this year. Okay, so we should have known that stuff. The schematic should have been at least brought to the commission and say, hey, listen, this is what we're getting for your sponsorship of this Blue Crab Festival. And now that's on our end. That's how I feel about our end. Now from the vendor that contracted out with the food vendors downtown. Well, I was appalled when I saw two things. I saw on social media a crab tray that someone said it was $50 for a cluster of snow crab legs, a potato, and a piece of corn. Now, two things, man. I'm gonna say it right here today. First of all, if they sold that for $50, that's a shame. But it was more of a shame if somebody bought it for $50 because you have a choice. You see that, you say, you gotta be crazy about that. So that's their choice if they bought it. I remember back in the day, you used to come down here, you could smell the freshness of the crab. Sound like it come out of the water. We have local vendors that have crab shop right downtown that, I would have probably like to see us in with him to supply crabs throughout that weekend and stuff like that. I think more could have been done. But I think there was more of it. It felt like, I'll tell you what it felt like. It felt like we were getting scorned for probably not complying to the request. And what I really feel bad about it, somebody really was trying to make this Blue Crab Festival work. And it cost them their livelihood. And I feel bad about that. If anything I feel bad about that because the city did as much as they could to make this thing right for the festival goers and the citizens of Palatka. They did. We just didn't get what we contracted for, what we expected. But the expectations have to be put in writing. So do we have a leg to stand on?
Yes.
And so that's what we're gonna fall back at. We did our due diligence.
Yes.
And so I don't still need to apologize because we did not apologize. I mean, you did something wrong.
Right, and we did not, we did.
I agree with you.
You know,
I
we
don't feel-
adhered to the agreement. We had a written agreement that the person signed.
That's right.
And we continuously to whether or not we as a city were meeting the obligations that were stated very clearly in the agreement. The difficulty that we had was a promoter that was not. With us.
Right.
And we did everything in our power besides driving in the car and going to the house.
Yeah.
We did not do that. We did not go and find our house.
So these things, if we're talking about having a productive festival, I do believe in putting RFP out there and then let's see who, and there's promoters that would love to take this on because there's a footprint out there. And I think that they could, I think that we could do a good job. And then I think another thing, relationships was fractured prior that stopped the local sponsors from getting involved with us. Well, not really with us. They were not happy with who we were, I believe. That's all. That's just my piece.
And putting an RFP out, it says that the city of Palatka is committing and funding this, and that's where I have a problem, because we've been doing that. When I think about the total amount of money expended over the last 4 years for this festival and the other things we need to do in this city, it does concern me. As far as the merchants, we do market our own, and we can, the chamber is also going through a lot of changes. They have a new person that's in tourism. She is doing a lot of good things. And I think we surely can work with her to market. But I will tell you, as a business, I do market. I did have specials. People do not go down. It ended at Third Street. They do not come down the rest of the street at all. So it does not benefit. Even if I've somebody come in and doesn't buy anything, the hope is they'll come back. And that's the whole
Right.
point of marketing. That you didn't even get them down the street, they just did not come. But that's a sidebar we will have to work through. Yes.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, the downtown merchants aren't happy, local folks aren't happy, and the vendors certainly. So we'll leave it.
May I make one final statement?
Yes.
Yes.
Hearing the conversation, hearing the different perspectives of each commissioner as well as the mayor. Hearing the concerns or the perception that comes with if we do the RFP. If we don't do the RFP, the possibilities of having someone step up and we get what we got this year or something less. At minimum, I would ask that we host a community meeting. And we hear from the citizens at minimum. And then allow the decision ultimately to come back before the commission. Because one thing that I don't want to do is not have community input.
Right.
And we're asking those who would like to be taken into consideration to at least make it known so that as a commission on our off time, well, we don't really have off time, that we're able to meet with either individuals or organizations to get their perspective as to what do they plan to do for the event. Because again, this is like giving a child to someone. You want to make sure that if we're going in the opposite direction, that they are capable of carrying out this task. Because again, I said on it from this perspective, I said on it from meetings with the Palatka professionals. So again, I know it's not easy firsthand. I'm not telling you something that I just said behind the date. No, I know how hard the Palatka young professionals made or pulled it off to make it happen. So again, at minimum, let's orchestrate a meeting. And then from there, allowing us, I think this conversation needed to happen. I think it was fruitful because now we can hear the other perspectives of commissioner as well as mayor. Because we can't have these conversations on the outside. So I don't think it hit a mute point at all. So now we still just have a duty to make sure that where do we want to see it ultimately? We know the money that have been placed in, we know all of those things. But in order for us to make the best decision, I want to make sure that we hear from the citizens.
And I agree with that. I think that's a good idea. And I honestly think that, and maybe an opportunity for the community to work together. We have a lot of organizations that kind of stay in their little silos and may have to be a consortium of a few of them working together. But I think this is their opportunity to shine and come forward and say, we want a Blue Flag Festival and we're going to step up to the plate and do this. So I think we need to have that conversation.
So the question is, we have the cultural arts, cultural affairs, leading this effort, no different than they did with the parks that we're improving. Also with the splash pad of what have you. So because it's cultural affairs at the end of the day that deal with a lot of the community driven things. So we have those individuals kind of to do the same thing and we provide input as well.
Well,
as it relates to that.
you mean with just structuring the community meeting at this point, correct?
A combination of getting
Yeah.
feedback from,
Yeah,
with the surveys and all these different things. I think that would be the rich part about it in terms of getting, it's no different than the other events that we've had, whether it's the splash pad or the community parks.
Right.
Consistency, let's be consistent,
It's,
how we do
I think
things.
it's consistent.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see where the.
I don't have a problem with it. I will say that community affairs, cultural affairs isn't involved with Zelia, isn't involved with the craft beer festival, isn't involved with Porch Fest, isn't involved with the Datto Pepper Festival. I started 2 of those. I've also volunteered for years at both the Zelia and Blue Crab. I know how much work goes into it, but they have not been involved with any of the larger festivals. They just haven't. So we can have them, I think, outline the event and organize the event for the city if that works for them. But I don't know that they're gonna take the lead. I just wanna be cautious and not volunteering them to take.
We
the lead.
that's their job.
That's the
Cultural, because they probably have a,
They're involved in the special events committee is a part of.
Well, I guess for the special events permits, but for the event itself, I know the police are involved. I know all of that, but that's fine.
Mayor, that goes back to the statement that I made before. Those organizations have stayed true to either starting or it was passed on to them. For many years, Blue Crab Festival was a staple in the community by a set of individuals who ran the Blue Crab. Once we saw the Blue Crab fade away, we as a city made the decision to move. So we as a city need to make the decision as to the next move of it. I get the other festivals, I get the part, but again, we asked for this to come back. And so in doing that, I want to make sure that we don't focus on any other festivals. We want to focus on the festival at hand so that we can determine if it needs to be self-sustaining, just like the other festivals who have proven that it can happen. But again, in order for us to get to that point, we want to make sure, again, that we're handing it off into good hands or handing it off in a way simply because our hands are investment. So it's kind of hard to bring in other festivals when we've never had our hands in those festivals.
I wasn't trying to, I was just trying to stop there. At any rate, whatever.
So-
Just need to move forward.
Yeah.
That's my concern.
One last question. So will we know, as far as the city and the city's revenue that we put out, how much we would get back for our return on investment? Will we know that? Will we have that?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, we haven't heard anything about a closeout report. I haven't-
right, and I,
And you know, I'm glad that Commissioner Campbell brought this up because, you know, what we haven't discussed is, you know, we gave our opinion, but we really didn't get the full opinion from you guys who's managing this stuff. We just commissioners that approved it, but you managed, where did we go wrong? What, you know, I said what I believe, and not not where did we go wrong, because I said we're not gonna apologize for doing anything wrong, but what are we gonna do better? What are we gonna do different? And I know you say RFP go out earlier, so you can have a whole year almost to work on.
okay, all right, so prior to this meeting, we looked at staff is met, and we're intimately involved in program festival. We already have started. We had, what we call a sum up report, and that's the. But, in that report, it discusses is that we can improve, and to take those, activities and observations and incorporate it in the new RFP. There were a number of things such as, you know, having more activities at different corners, so making certain that here's the man at the beginning and there's another one at the end. There's a lot of feedback. There were concerns about the pickup of the waste. It's just a lot of things. The fact that the activities for the children were not there this year, and then how do we incorporate that back in? So that particular meeting, there was a report that will be coming to you all. But let's go to the fiscal part of it. So that was observation and operation. So financially, we reaped nothing financially, money-wise, because all we did was pay out money. There was no avenue for the city to collect money. And that is the agreement that was signed and given to the promoter. There was really no avenue. The avenue that the city did previously have was when we were billing for the services. So for this year, we did not bill for the services. The preliminary report that we did, remember, you all said that we biller, and we did not. So we adhere to the guidance that we.
I told you the biller.
That's what. Leave it, let's get it done, because we told you all that we tried to meet with her and we forced the grace, but.
But we didn't know.
I think. We'll go back to the minutes.
Let's go check the minutes.
But
There was, it was
Get the mute point at this.
And it's
Oh.
okay.
because we were given the guidance to get it done, we got it done.
Well, here we are, and here we are.
We did not get any money this year for the services that we rendered. We had an approximate value of about 37,000. We did not bill her. Okay, so no, the city got no money.
about 49,000.
I'm just saying what I.
If you paid for the fireworks too, another 11 or 12. Which way, in the past,
2,500.
right, but in the past, we
Mhm.
didn't have to, we paid the 50,000.
Right,
And everything else was included. We didn't have to come out and pay for fire, police, public
Right.
works and garbage, all that and the fireworks, all that was included in that 50,000.
I understand, and that was why she came here, explaining everything, saying why she was asking for 75,000. And, you know.
And I told her she can kind of kick
We
rocks.
can only give her the 50. And my recollection of the meeting was, so we pull the minutes and send it out to you.
You can pull the video and I told her, I said no,
Mhm.
and she would have been sent out the door at that time.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I think we're good. I was just going to say, you're right, where we are now and what has happened previously, we've identified as a moot point. And what here we're not looking to do, and I want to get clarification, from Commissioner Borum, when he was asking about community affairs. Because we're agreeing that we want to move forward with a community meeting,
Right.
get their community feedback.
Right.
And I'm questioning, is that what was requested that they set that up? Because we're not at the point now where we're talking about the details of any future.
Right. And we were, yes,
So I just wanted to, that's the only clarification. And I think that's our immediate next step.
And my understanding was that, the commissioners wanted us to set up a meeting with the community.
Yes.
And, we will take that responsibility.
Okay.
Is there anything, go ahead, Commissioner. Moore.
And I think, the commission get hit for everything that goes wrong in the city, whether we have control or have any input or whatever regarding that instance or whatever that may happen. We get the credit for it, whether it's good or bad.
Yes, sir.
And so in that regard, there's a lot of statements that was made. Example with terms of we set prices for the
Effective.
vendors, we set the price for the food. So we got to have an education to the community.
Yes, sir.
What our role is as it relates to festivals
Mm-hmm.
and everything else.
Okay.
We gotta have that education. If we don't, we're gonna constantly get the negative press that we've been getting from this and other things too. And if you don't tell your story, especially when you have hot things come up like that, and if we don't have something to address things immediately, if you don't tell your story, somebody else will. And so when they tell their story, that's the truth that the people understand, because we're sitting back and we're not saying anything. So we're gonna have to get ahead of those negative stories.
We
Whether
won't
we
do
like it
so.
or not.
Was there a press release on it?
There was nothing.
So,
That's the
so
reason I
Ms.
brought it
Carter,
up.
Ms. Carter, I think, Ms. Davis said it, that we don't have a PO. Who steps in at
So,
that time? So it been you?
okay, so what did in fact, we did have Denise call and speak with me. And I did give them feedback as to how the festival went. What seemed to have been good about it and the number of people coming and so forth. And additionally, they wanted to know like, well, okay, can we get more? And because my community affairs director was out there day by day, so was I did allow him to speak as well.
That's not.
Could you, yeah.
And we are reporting the public information officers, we have interviews that are being scheduled. Thanks.
In regards to a press release at this point, the mayor is next in line after the public information officer, to the best of my understanding, but I would want to sit down with Ms. Connie and Miss West because of the other things that have come up and make sure whatever we release, we don't implicate ourselves or cause any problems for the city.
So just to follow up with Commissioner Jones's question. In addition to the Blue Crab Festival in general, who is filling the role of public information officer at this time? Wait, that's the question.
Nobody.
And if anyone, myself.
Nobody.
Answers, only to agree.
So I don't, and just for point of clarification and point of moving forward, I think that we as a city have missed the opportunities on quite a few things, even with a public information officer, to make a statement or make a stance. Not only in this case, but some other things that we won't bring to the light. We have to be a little bit more proactive as
Okay.
a city, with making statements regardless of what it is. And that's just across the board. We have to be a little bit more proactive because again, we do often sit back. We take the beatings, we take everything, we take everything that comes and we still don't make a position or we still don't put out the factual information that will beat down a lot of this stuff. I'm sure the mayor gets beat down. I'm sure every one of us as commissioners have gotten beaten down for something we have absolutely no control over or a false stance that they put on us. So I feel as if, again, even in the absence of a public information officer, that's where we have failed. And it's something, and it's an opportunity for us to only get better as we go forward. And if we don't voice these things, we'll always think that everything is going good. So this is not a beat down to you or anybody else, just an opportunity for growth. Even as commissioners, if we feel that a statement needs to be made, let us be more vocal with bringing it to the city manager so that city manager can do what it is that she does, get with legal or get with the mayor to see the position. So we have a job to do that we can do a little bit better as well. And even when we make even when we ask for requests, again, or when things are said, I don't want staff to feel as if we're coming down hard. It's just an opportunity for us to be better moving forward.
Okay, and we appreciate it because we wouldn't know sometimes. You know, when you're in the bushes and in the forest, sometimes you just get there.
Absolutely.
So to have the external comment for us is good.
Commissioner Bowles.
Right, too. And I made the statement that, you know, if you don't tell your story, somebody else will. That came from, the National League of Cities, you know, conference. The last conference I went to and Commissioner Campbell, said it right. We have to state the facts. When people make, statements, whether it's in any form of the media, whether it's social media or radio, newspaper, whatever, we have to take a stance as it relates to facts. You know, we're not gonna combat, but we just gonna say, the statement was made, here's facts.
Okay.
Period. And whether they're, positive or negative, they have to, the facts have to be laid out there because again, what they put out there, there's no response from the city, that's the truth. That's the truth. And we're saying, yes, it is true, because we're not taking a position. And so we have to do that. And so again, that should be at the top of the priority.
Yeah.
Some of Attorney West's responses, you know,
Right.
I'm ready for that.
Okay, matter of fact, even this morning to that point, meeting, and, we are actually preparing a response to something that hit the newspaper recently. So we appreciate you seeing what you're saying because of letting us know that we are in the right track.
And more so not a reaction, but a response.
Right, and sometimes we're ahead of it.
Strategy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
proactive is what we need to be.
Because we tend to be.
Expeditiously get it to us so that we would know. You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
it's not good when right. You know, when we don't get it, we gotta get it at the same time. We should have the same information. It should be just,
Well, they are.
because if it's important and it come across your desk, we're gonna probably get it, you know, as
Right.
well. So, All of us. Motion to end this meeting.
I second.
Thank you.